Oh, enggak, kamu ke perpus.
Welcome to the Faculty of Psychology, University of Sumatra Utara. Here we open the biggest opportunity for you who wants to study about psychology with a base of local wisdom and agro-industry.
We have 3 study programs: Bachelor of Psychology, Master of Psychology, and Master of Science Psychology. But before we give you a broader view about us, the Dean of Faculty of Psychology would like to greet you first.
Hello everybody, welcome to Faculty of Psychology, University of Sumatra Utara. It is a great honor to meet all of you today. I am Zulkarnain, Dean of Faculty of Psychology, University of Sumatra Utara. Our faculty has an excellent study about psychology based on local wisdom and agro-industry, especially in North Sumatra. So, I hope you get many information about our faculty and willing to join to be part of student in Faculty of Psychology, University of Sumatra Utara. I'm looking forward welcome you to University of Sumatra Utara. Thank you and have a nice day.
So, first of all, we have a Bachelor of Psychology study program. The goal is to make you an excellent graduate, proficient in psychology with featured fields of agro-industry and local wisdom.
You will be educated so that you can do innovative psychological researches, cross-science collaborations, compete globally while maintaining attention to local wisdom. You can be a psychological researcher,
A human resources expert,
a psychologist assistant,
a counselor, and many more fields on human services. Do you know that professional psychology education is equivalent to a master level? Well, here's the next study program, Master of Professional Psychology.
Graduates will obtain dual degree here, psychologist and master. And University of Sumatra Utara is the only campus with this study program outside of Java.
So, there are 2 types of profession for the graduate of this major, as a psychologist and a researcher. As a psychologist, you will be able to work in numerous settings such as hospitals, companies, schools, rehabilitation facilities, and other institutions.
You will also have the ability to conduct studies and problem-solving efforts on behavioral matters and development of psychology through scientific principles.
Due to a massive public interest in psychological education for graduate programs, we established a master degree program in psychology in 2011.
This program accepts multi-entry students who want to broaden their knowledge to become researchers or practitioners with the abilities in psychological research and application.
With the support of reliable education personnel with advanced and up-to-date curriculum and facilities, the graduates are programmed to become researchers, educators, managers, and consultants. Apart from studying, students can do many activities here. We provide you with numerous sports facilities such as fields for football, basketball, volleyball, badminton, chess, yoga, relaxation. If you are into art, you can take part in playing traditional music such as angklung,
Or jazz things up with our band. Traditional dance with psychology dance club. Turn the beat up with modern dance. And last but not least, you can be a member of PEMA, the Students' Organization of Faculty of Psychology.
The facilities available in this faculty are classroom, Skycross, library, experimental and computer laboratory room, courtroom, relaxation room, center for psychological services in the community such as counseling room, test room, and children's room. Study program rooms for bachelors, professional masters, and masters of science, observation room, and gazebo.
So, what are you waiting for? Come and join us at Faculty of Psychology, University of Sumatera Utara.
Hello everyone, welcome to Fakultas Psikologi Universitas HKBP Nomensen Medan. Kami sudah terakreditasi B di BAN PT sejak 2015. Kami merupakan universitas terbaik di Sumatera Utara loh. Teman-teman udah tahu nggak apa itu psikologi? Psikologi adalah ilmu yang mempelajari tentang perilaku dan proses mental pada manusia. Psikologi itu ada banyak cabang ilmunya loh. Ada psikologi industri dan organisasi di perusahaan, ada psikologi klinis anak, klinis dewasa, psikologi sosial, psikologi pendidikan, psikologi olahraga, dan masih banyak lagi yang lainnya. Nah, setelah mendengar penjelasan tentang psikologi, gimana? Semakin penasaran kan tentang psikologi Nomensen? Untuk tahu lebih lanjut, ikuti video ini ya.
Fakultas Psikologi mengaplikasikan program MBKM dalam berbagai bentuk kegiatan, seperti magang, studi independen, kampus mengajar, di mana program-program ini diberikan oleh pemerintah dalam mempersiapkan mahasiswa ketika dia selesai kuliah dan memiliki kemampuan praktikal bagaimana dalam dunia kerja. Selain itu, Fakultas Psikologi juga memberikan atau menyediakan kesempatan belajar melalui field trip atau kunjungan ke perusahaan, ke pendidikan, sekolah-sekolah, di mana mereka dapat mengaplikasikan ilmu pengetahuannya di dalam kegiatan field trip tersebut. Selain itu juga ada yang namanya pengenalan dengan alat tes, di mana mahasiswa berkesempatan belajar administrasi tentang penggunaan alat tes. Selain daripada itu juga, Fakultas Psikologi mengadakan kegiatan seminar ataupun diskusi ilmiah dalam memperlengkapi teori-teori atau ilmu pengetahuan yang sudah didapatkan.
Fakultas Psikologi Universitas HKBP Nomensen menerapkan sistem kurikulum MBKM. Dalam kurikulum ini, mahasiswa bisa belajar untuk melatih hard skill dan soft skill-nya, guna kelak nanti di dunia kerja mereka bisa bersaing dengan banyak lulusan dari perguruan tinggi yang lain.
Halo, saya Nancy Nomi Aritana MC Psikolog, Wakil Dekan 3 Fakultas Psikologi Universitas HKBP Nomensen. Itu bagian kemahasiswaan dan kerjasama. Ada beberapa prestasi yang telah dihasilkan oleh mahasiswa Fakultas Psikologi di berbagai bidang. Di antaranya adalah mengikuti program magang bersertifikat, program kampus merdeka, program kampus mengajar, juga lomba digital marketing tingkat nasional juara 1, juga juara harapan 1, lomba film tingkat nasional, dan tentu saja mendelegasikan mahasiswa untuk mengikuti program student exchange baik di luar negeri maupun di dalam negeri.
Nama saya Berkat Sudinanton Gea. Saya merupakan mahasiswa dari Fakultas Psikologi Universitas HKBP Nomensen, Medan. Saya merupakan angkatan tahun 2020. Saya juga merupakan perwakilan dari Fakultas Psikologi untuk mengikuti Study Exchange yang diadakan di Asia University, Taiwan.
Perkenalkan, saya Angel Febiola Lumentogi, merupakan mahasiswa Fakultas Psikologi angkatan 2018. Saat ini juga merupakan salah satu peserta magang bersertifikat melalui Kampus Merdeka sebagai Recruitment and Selection Specialist di PT Sumber Alvaria Kerja BK atau yang lebih akrab dikenal sebagai Alfamart di Pekanbaru.
Saya Rosmawati Sinaga, saya Stambuk 2018, saya mahasiswi Fakultas Psikologi Universitas HKBP Nomensen Medan.
Saya Tria Tambunan, mahasiswi Fakultas Psikologi Universitas HKBP Nomensen Medan, Stambuk 2018, sekaligus sebagai peserta kampus mengajar angkatan 3.
Saya memang anaknya pengen banget nih berkarir di bidang psikologi, jadi lebih memilih yang sesuai dengan jurusan. Jadi artinya rekrutmen selection itu salah satu fokus dari mata kuliah psikologi.
Kan saya di karir saya di bagian produk analis. Setelah saya masuk produk analis, saya baru tahu ternyata di produk analis itu membutuhkan mahasiswa psikologi. Nah, di bagian produk analis itu membutuhkan mahasiswa psikologi di bagian produk researcher.
Paling trennya itu, Fakultas Psikologi UHM juga berkontribusi dalam kegiatan kampus Merdeka, salah satunya kampus mengajar.
Satu hal yang paling terpenting yang saya alami ketika belajar di Fakultas Psikologi dan ketika mendapatkan status seorang mahasiswa, saya diajarkan untuk bisa memahami dan menghargai terutama perbedaan perspektif dan perbedaan yang dialami oleh manusia. Dan juga yang paling penting teman-teman, ketika belajar di Fakultas Psikologi, banyak sekali ilmu-ilmu yang kita dapatkan dan banyak pembelajaran-pembelajaran yang kita rasakan selama berkuliah di Fakultas Psikologi.
Saya Iswaru, saat ini saya bekerja sebagai asisten psikolog di Pusat Pelayanan Psikologi Terapan.
Saya Demen Sejaya Putra Reva, saya bisa dipanggil Leo, saya lulusan Fakultas Psikologi Universitas HKBP Nomensen Medan tahun 2015.
Oke, perkenalkan, nama saya Jessica Lucy Marina. Saya alumni tahun 2015 di Universitas HKBP Nomensen.
Di mana kami banyak dibekali oleh ilmu semestinya sebagai seorang ahli psikologi, mulai dari tes, wawancara, juga dengan kehidupan organisasi yang sangat luar biasa pada saat itu. Sehingga saya mengajak teman-teman semua pada saat ini kalau masih galau, masih bingung menentukan universitas mana yang mau dituju, yuk gabung bersama kami di Fakultas Psikologi Universitas HKBP Nomensen. Terima kasih.
Memberikan kesempatan yang banyak bagi saya untuk berpartisipasi dalam kegiatan-kegiatan, baik kegiatan fakultas, nasional maupun internasional seperti KPIN.
Pernah ngikutin student exchange tahun 2017 waktu itu ya 1 semester gitu. Jadi kita 1 periode di sana ya dapat ilmunya ya bukan hanya ilmu soal dari psikologinya, kebudayaannya juga. Terus untuk alat tes juga ya banyak, kan kita lebih banyak praktikum ya, jadi kan untuk prakteknya udah nggak ragu sih, udah bisa lah gitu untuk administrasi tes. Sekalian juga kan pernah ngikutin dan pernah gabung di PLPT juga waktu itu untuk tester dan co-tester calon pelayan HKBP di Seminarium Studi.
Dalam mendukung program pembelajaran, Fakultas Psikologi Universitas HKBP Nomensen menyediakan fasilitas yang mendukung. Salah satunya adalah laboratorium. Adapun laboratorium yang tersedia di Fakultas Psikologi yaitu laboratorium untuk pembelajaran observasi dan wawancara, di mana di sini mahasiswa belajar untuk melakukan interview terhadap orang-orang yang akan bekerja ataupun terhadap para siswa yang akan melanjutkan pendidikan. Kemudian lab untuk pembelajaran konseling, di mana mahasiswa belajar bagaimana cara memberikan konseling yang sesuai dengan kemampuan atau keilmuannya. Lalu diikuti dengan lab pendidikan, di mana mahasiswa belajar untuk merancang program-program pendidikan seperti edukasi kepada masyarakat, khususnya di dalam hal sekolah, lab industri dan organisasi, di mana mahasiswa belajar bagaimana mempraktekkan desain pelatihan ataupun training analisis yang sudah dilakukan di kelas, sehingga mahasiswa memiliki kesempatan untuk mengetahui atau mendapatkan evaluasi atas kemampuan yang mereka miliki.
Pendidikan merupakan tiket menuju kesuksesan. Masa depan diperoleh oleh orang-orang yang mempersiapkannya sejak hari ini. Mari bergabung bersama kami.
Jadi keluarga psikologi Universitas HKBP Nomensen Medan.
Salam psikologi.
Salam Prodeo et Patria.
Indonesia, negara kepulauan yang indah, negeri dengan kekayaan sumber daya alam dan budaya. Salah satu pulau terbesarnya Sumatera. Kota Medan, Sumatera Utara adalah rumah bagi Universitas Prima Indonesia.
Universitas Prima Indonesia didirikan oleh Bapak Profesor Dr. I. Nyoman Erik Lister MKes, IFM, IFO, SPKKM.
Universitas Prima Indonesia menjadi perguruan tinggi unggulan dalam penyelenggaraan pendidikan, penelitian, dan pengabdian pada masyarakat.
Universitas Prima Indonesia memiliki visi menjadi universitas yang unggul dalam bidang socio-technopreneurship yang inovatif dan adaptif. Universitas Prima Indonesia menjadi perguruan tinggi unggulan yang berbasis kepada iptek dan budaya, sehingga mampu menghasilkan lulusan yang berkualitas nasional dan internasional. Menuju UNPRI unggul.
Universitas Prima Indonesia merupakan universitas swasta terkemuka di Kota Medan, dengan berlatar belakang mahasiswa dan mahasiswa PNS. Berkat usaha, kerja keras yang konsisten, serta kepercayaan masyarakat terhadap kualitas pendidikan yang ditawarkan oleh Universitas Prima Indonesia, yang terdiri dari program diploma, sarjana, profesi, magister, spesialis, dan doktor. Sebuah kebanggaan bagi kami bahwa saat ini Universitas Prima Indonesia dipercaya untuk menyelenggarakan pendidikan dokter spesialis, yaitu pendidikan dokter spesialis kedokteran keluarga layanan primer dan pendidikan dokter spesialis radiologi. Universitas Prima Indonesia juga mendukung penuh pelaksanaan program Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka, baik secara internal maupun eksternal. Saya, Rektor Universitas Prima Indonesia, Profesor Dr. Ismis Novalina Hiptini MKes, mengucapkan selamat bergabung di Universitas Prima Indonesia.
Beragam inovasi terus dilakukan, seperti perluasan rumah sakit untuk pengembangan rumah sakit pendidikan, baik rumah sakit umum, rumah sakit gigi dan mulut, dan rumah sakit mata, sehingga menjadikan Unpri sebagai kampus pilihan pertama masyarakat. Sarana dan prasarana yang lengkap dan modern terus dibangun untuk mendukung seluruh kegiatan civitas akademika yang kreatif, inovatif, dan adaptif dalam mewujudkan tridharma perguruan tinggi. Universitas Prima Indonesia memiliki 8 fakultas dengan 44 program studi. Fakultas Kedokteran Gigi dan Ilmu Kesehatan, Fakultas Keperawatan dan Kebidanan, Fakultas Ekonomi, Fakultas Sains dan Teknologi, Fakultas Psikologi, Fakultas Hukum, Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan, Fakultas Agroteknologi. Keragaman budaya hidup dalam iklim akademik dan non-akademik yang nyaman, progresif, dan potensial dalam mendukung kompetensi setiap mahasiswa. Unpri telah melahirkan banyak alumni yang berprestasi dan sukses pada bidangnya. Unpri juga menjadi mata rantai penghubung bagi masyarakat di Sumatera Utara dengan masyarakat global. Unpri juga menyediakan beasiswa bagi mahasiswa-mahasiswi berprestasi. Berbagai kegiatan dan kerjasama, baik dari dalam dan luar negeri, terus dijalin untuk meningkatkan kompetensi dosen dan mahasiswa. Selain kegiatan akademik, Unpri juga mendukung beragam kegiatan non-akademik. Wadah untuk mengembangkan kreativitas mahasiswa yaitu Unpri Kreatif. Dengan kegiatan kreatifnya, Unpri telah melaksanakan beberapa acara paling inspirasional di Medan. Diversity, Mimpi, Mr. and Miss Unpri, Hero is Us, Utopia, dan banyak acara lainnya. Dalam hal ini, Unpri telah memberikan apa yang telah mereka janjikan.
Unpri,
the best choice.
Okay, hello, good afternoon, everyone. We are going to begin our session today, so please to all of audience, as soon as possible, if you can open your camera, please open your camera so we can see each other from here. Selamat datang kepada seluruh peserta yang telah hadir dalam Zoom meeting ini. Kami persilakan untuk membuka kamera jika memungkinkan agar kita bisa saling melihat satu dengan yang lain melalui ruangan Zoom meeting ini. Dan sebentar lagi kita akan memulai kegiatan kita. First of all, we would like to say our gratitude to God for His blessing so we can gather here in this webinar session. We welcome you who are already joining this webinar with the topic Indigenous and Cultural Psychology, Stress, Mental Health, and Health based on Indonesia and Korean culture. This session is in collaboration and held by University of Sumatera Utara, University of HKBP Nomensen, and University of Prima Indonesia. I also would like to introduce myself. My name is Gracie Tepu, and I will be the MC today, and such a pleasure to meet you all. It is also an honor for us to introduce our important guests who are already with us in this room. The Honorable the Dean of Faculty of Psychology, Universitas HKBP Nomensen, Ibu Dr. Neni Ika P. Simarmata, MPC, the Dean of Faculty of Psychology, Universitas Prima Indonesia, Ibu Sri Hartini, SPC, MC, the Dean of Faculty of Psychology, Universitas Sumatera Utara, Bapak Zulkarnain, PhD Psikolog, which in this time represented by Vice Dean of Faculty of Psychology, Universitas Sumatera Utara, Ibu Hasnida, PhD Psikolog. Also, our keynote speaker, Professor Wikol Kim, PhD from Inha University of Korea. To Mr. Kim, we will say welcome to Indonesia and welcome and enjoy Medan. Also, our moderator, Ibu Dina Nazriani, MA from Psychology Universitas Sumatera Utara. Also to all students from Faculty of Psychology Universitas Sumatera Utara, Universitas Prima Indonesia, and also Universitas HKBP Nomensen. Please feel welcome on this webinar Indigenous and Cultural Psychology, Stress, Mental Health, and Health based on Indonesian and Korean culture. Okay, now we are now opening this webinar with the welcome remarks from the Dean of Faculty of Psychology, Universitas HKBP Nomensen, Ibu Dr. Neni Ika P. Simarmata, MC. We welcome you to the floor, please.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semuanya. Good afternoon, everyone, especially for Professor Kim, our honor speakers. And we also have Ibu Hasnida, PhD, Vice Dean of Psychology Faculty USU, and Ibu Sri Hartini, Dean of Psychology Faculty UNPRI. First, thank you for the good collaboration with USU and UNPRI. Hopefully, we can escalate the good cooperation in the future for the benefit of all parties. Professor Kim, welcome to Medan. Thank you for being here, willing to come to Medan on some series of visiting some place in Indonesia such as Jakarta, Bandung, Yogyakarta, and others place. I'm happy to be able to attend this webinar on the topic of stress, mental health, and health based on Indonesia and Korean culture. Professor Kim, Medan is the capital of North Sumatra. As we know, Indonesia has a lot of ethnic groups. In Medan, ethnic groups include the Batak tribe. We have Toba, Karo, Angkola, Mandailing, Simalungun, and Papa. Then we have Javanese, Melayu, Nias, Chinese, Minang, Acehnese, Banjaris, and others. Hopefully, Professor Kim will feel at home here in Medan, and we can discuss a lot regarding values in the two countries, Korea and Indonesia. For all participants, please enjoy the presentation from Professor Wikol Kim. That is all from me. Thank you, Horace.
Horace, and thank you. And next, we are going to hear welcome remarks from the Dean of Faculty of Psychology, Universitas Prima Indonesia, Ibu Sri Hartini, SPC, MC. This time is yours.
Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Puji syukur kehadirat Tuhan Yang Maha Esa, yang mana pada hari ini kita diberikan nikmat kesehatan untuk dapat mengikuti acara meeting Zoom meeting dalam rangka seminar dan workshop Top Science kolaborasi Fakultas Psikologi dari 3 universitas. Yang saya hormati narasumber yang hadir pada hari ini, Prof. Icol Kim, PhD. Welcome to Medan, Prof. Dekan Psikologi Universitas Sumatera Utara. Fakultas Psikologi, Bapak Zulkarnain, PhD Psikolog. Dekan Fakultas Psikologi Universitas HKBP Nomensen, Ibu Neni Ika Simarmata, para dosen dan para tamu undangan, para mahasiswa yang hadir pada hari ini. Hadirin yang berbahagia, saya selaku Dekan Fakultas Psikologi Universitas Prima Indonesia turut senang dan bangga dapat ikut serta dalam kolaborasi webinar dan workshop Top Scientist yang diadakan pada kesempatan ini. Adapun tujuan yang dilakukan dalam acara webinar workshop ini adalah di mana dalam webinar dan workshop dilakukan 3 fakultas ini adalah untuk berbagi pemahaman serta pengetahuan yang baik terkait bidang yang akan dikolaborasikan nantinya. Selain itu, kolaborasi Fakultas Psikologi antar universitas ini diharapkan dapat menjadi wadah bagi para dosen maupun mahasiswa dalam menuangkan berbagai informasi dan pengalaman yang dimilikinya. Dengan hadirnya narasumber seperti Prof. Icol Kim ini diharapkan nantinya paparan materi yang diberikan dan pengalaman beliau nantinya bisa dapat menambah wawasan serta pengetahuan dan pengalaman baru yang dapat dijadikan referensi bagi para dosen maupun mahasiswa yang terlibat dalam kegiatan ini. Akhir kata, semoga kolaborasi yang dilakukan ini dapat berjalan baik serta terus berlanjut untuk kegiatan-kegiatan kolaborasi lainnya di masa yang akan datang. Saya akhiri. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang.
Thank you. Next, we are going to hear welcome remarks from the Dean of Faculty of Psychology, Universitas Sumatera Utara, Bapak Zulkarnain, PhD Psikolog, which in this time represented by Vice Dean of Faculty of Psychology, Universitas Sumatera Utara, Ibu Hasnida, PhD Psikolog. A warm welcome to you.
Suara saya kedengaran, Guys?
Ya, kedengaran, Ibu.
Ya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, let me start this short speech by welcoming Dean of the Faculty of Psychology, Universitas HKBP Nomensen, Ibu Neni Ika P. Simarmata, MPC, Dean of Faculty of Psychology, Universitas Prima Indonesia, Ibu Sri Martini, SPC MSI, our speaker, Professor Icol Kim, PhD from Inha University, Korea, lecturer and students from Faculty of Psychology, Universitas Sumatera Utara, Universitas Nomensen, HKBP Nomensen, and Universitas Prima Indonesia. Good afternoon all. Alhamdulillah, I am very grateful to be able to meet you all today. Mr. Zulkarnain, PhD, the Dean of the Faculty of Psychology of USU, whom I am representing in this event, sends his apology not being able to attend as he has another duty to perform. Ladies and gentlemen, today we are holding a webinar with topic stress, mental health, and health based on Indonesian and Korean culture. This activity is part of the Top Scientist program at Universitas Sumatera Utara, which is an annual effort to prepare USU to be a world-class university. Today's activity is one of a series of Top Scientist program involving Professor Kim. USU collaborates with 2 psychology faculties in North Sumatra, which are the Psychology Faculty of Universitas HKBP Nomensen and Universitas Prima Indonesia. Therefore, On this occasion, I would like to thank the two faculties for their willingness to collaborate. I'd like to report that the number of our registrants has reached 800 participants from 3 universities in North Sumatra. Some of participants are currently attending this event via Zoom, and some others are watching from YouTube. Welcome to lecturers and students from Universitas HKBP Nomensens and Universitas Prima Indonesia. Hopefully, we can hold scientific activity like this more often. Ladies and gentlemen, our speaker today is Professor Wichol Kim, PhD from Inha University. He is a leading researcher from Korea who has long had an interest in Indonesian culture. Therefore, in this occasion, we hope we can gain new insights in the field of psychology seen from Indonesian and Korean culture. Our appreciation and grateful thanks to you, Professor Kim, for your willingness to share your insights today. And let me end this speech, and in the name of God, the most merciful, we can start this activity. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you. Now we are going to take photo session. So please, to all audience who already get virtual background from WhatsApp group, maybe we give you times to change the background. So we can have the same background here. Saat ini kita sampai kepada pengambilan foto. Kami menginformasikan kepada peserta audiens yang ada di dalam Zoom meeting ini untuk boleh mengganti virtual background-nya. Virtual background sudah kami kirimkan melalui WhatsApp group. Jadi kami berikan waktu kepada seluruh peserta untuk berkenan untuk mengubah virtual background.
I'm sorry, I'm not very good in WhatsApp, so I do not know how to change the background or the Zoom. So I hope that you will accept my lack of technology in this area.
Okay, it's okay. Okay. So I want to ask our moderator also to the floor. I put so sorry to audience who open this
mempersiapkan pengalaman.
Okay, sorry.
Jadi orang itu apa, Gap?
Also,
harus buka enggak, memang kayak gitu. Tahu maksudnya apa sih sekarang ini? Cepatlah.
okay. So I will conduct and count from here. So put your beautiful smile, and then please be patient because there are a lot of slides. Yeah. So I will count 1, 2, 3. Slide 1. Okay. Next. Wait a minute. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Next again. 1, 2, 3. Page 3 from 18. I don't know. You are on page. So please smile. 1, 2, 3, page 3. And then next 4. 1, 2, 3. Next 5. 1, 2, 3. Page 6. 1, 2, and 3. Page 7. 1, 2, 3. Page 8. 1, 2, 3. 9, 1, 2, 3. 10, 11, 1, 2, and 3. 12, 1, 2, and 3. 13, 1, 2, and 3. 14, 1, 2, 3. 15, 1, 2, 3, and smile. 16, 1, 2, and 3. 17, 1, 2, and 3. 18, 1, 2, 3. And the last one, 19 from 19. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Finish. What a great, beautiful face. Okay. Now we want to know closer about our beautiful moderator who will be conduct our session with Professor Kim, Dina Nazriani. But first, let me introduce herself. Let me share her profile from here so we can know her closer. So this is Dina Nazriani. She finished her educational background from Universitas Gadjah Mada, taking a psychology from 2009, and also graduate from Bachelor of Psychology from University of North Sumatra 2006. Now she currently as a lecturer in psychology, Faculty of Psychology, Universitas Sumatera Utara from 2015 till now. She is engaging in 3 core activities of higher education, namely education, research, and community service. In the past, she was also voluntarily worked in educational issue from 2006 till 2015. She was worked as an activity planner to provide alternative formal schooling for children from marginalized family in the outskirts of Medan. She also has interest in her research topic: first, psychological measurement; second, educational psychology; third, character educational in higher education. So this is Dina Nazriani. We welcome you to the floor.
Thank you, Grace. What an amazing introductory. I never saw that myself can be so glowing. But after you introduce me, I feel that I am so glowing today. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Is it my voice can hear clearly, Grace?
Yes.
Okay.
Clear.
Baik, selamat siang Bapak Ibu hadirin yang terhormat. Izinkan saya Dina Nazriani akan memandu diskusi kita hari ini. Saya akan banyak menggunakan percampuran bahasa. Jika nanti ada hal-hal yang perlu akan saya sampaikan dalam bahasa Indonesia, saya akan menerjemahkannya. Namun untuk kepentingan webinar ini, kita akan lebih banyak menggunakan bahasa Inggris. Baik. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to our webinar on stress, mental health, and health based on Indonesian and Korean culture. We are thrilled to have you all here today and hope that you and all of us, the committee, will get an insightful and enriching session. Before we dive into our discussion, I would like to extend a warm welcome to our distinguished keynote speaker, Professor Kim Uicho. Good afternoon, Prof. Good afternoon, Prof.
I'm just getting some coffee to keep awake.
Okay. Yeah, it is nice to have some coffee, and I think it's a good idea. I think I will get my coffee too. So, how are you, Prof?
We're doing very well.
Okay, thank you. So, how about Medan? Have you do some city tour?
First impression is hot. It's hot in here.
Okay.
But
Yeah.
it's clean and very neat.
Okay. Hope you can enjoy Medan as well as our joyfulness to welcome you here. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, before we move to the next session, I will share a brief profile about Prof. Kim Uicho. For the committee, I hope can share the CV. Bisa? So, Prof. Kim, I will introduce you to the audience first, and then we will move to the next session. Okay, can you make a bigger, like a present slideshow? Okay, our distinguished speaker today is Prof. Kim Uichol. He is a professor in the College of Business Administration in Inha University, Korea. And before this position, he held the position in the Department of Psychology in Chung'an University, and also in the University of Tokyo, Japan, and University of Hawaii at Manoa, USA. Can you move to the next slide? Okay. Yeah. Okay. And also Prof. Uichol Kim. Okay. Stop in the slide. Okay. And then can we move to the next slide? This is the advisory roles. Professor Kim have a lot of advisory roles, like in the Hong Kong, in France, in Austria, Thailand, and also in Malaysia. Next slide. And this is the reward, the recognition and award for Professor Kim. In 2024, Professor Kim has awarded with Presidential Commendation and Award from Korean government for it is the highest award given to a civilian. Congratulations, Prof. This is a very good achievement for you. And also in 2016, he also recognized as the second most cited social scientist in Korea. Also, besides that, Professor Kim already awarded as an outstanding research professor in the 2011 and the 22. And the next slide. Can you go to the next slide? This is the professional association of Professor Kim. He is the founder and president of Asian Association of Social Psychology, and also founding editor-in-chief in the Asian Journal of Social Psychology. Next slide. And he also have published more than 200 articles and 20 books, and he also already write some reputable monographs like Indigenous and Cultural Psychology, Democracy, Human Rights, and Islam in Modern Iran. A very good monographs, and also is citing in a lot of research. Okay, and now do you still have a slide? And this is the teaching experience for Prof. Kim, and I think we can search about Prof. Kim because he is a very renowned expert in cultural psychology, and you can search him whenever you are browsing in the internet, and you will find a lot of comprehensive profile of him. Okay, and now we will move to the next session. I think that today's topic is incredibly insightful for us because we will navigate the complexities of mental health in this very globalized world. And we also know that Indonesia cultural values such as community support and spirituality play crucial roles in mental health. But we want to hear too about how about the mental health in Korea, and is there any cultural values? So our goal today is to foster a rich dialogue, and I hope that everyone can actively participate, ask questions, and share your perspective. If you have any question, and don't hesitate. If you do not want to share it in English, please tuliskan dalam bahasa Indonesia di kolom chat. Nanti kita akan bantu terjemahkan. And without further ado, let us welcome Professor Uichol Kim to share his expertise and insight. Professor Kim, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. The first thing is the host has to allow me to share the screen so I can share my PowerPoint file?
Okay, I will ask the committee.
While we are waiting,
Yes.
thank you for the invitation. I am very happy to be in Medan. I have not been in the island of Sumatra. I was hoping to come here, but with the COVID-19, many of the plans that we had did not work out. And so just to briefly introduce what I've been doing is that I first came to Yogyakarta in 2009. That's about 15 years ago, and began to collaborate with my colleagues at University of Gadjah Mada. And my interest is understanding people in context that's indigenous and understanding the content of psychology. So what I will talk today is, are you stressed? And do you know why? Are you depressed? Do you know why? Are you happy? Do you know why? So we study these subjects, but most people don't know why they're stressed. If you know why you're stressed, you will not be stressed. If you know why you're depressed, still you'll be depressed. If you know why you're happy, then you will continue to be happy. So what is the answer? How can you manage stress and depression and be happy? It's very simple. Know yourself. Do you know yourself? Most people do not know themselves. Does studying psychology, help you to know yourself? The answer is probably no, because we learn more about statistics and we learn American psychology. And I lived and worked in the United States and Canada. Americans are not Indonesians. So when you study psychology, it's interesting to learn the methodology, but it will not help you to know yourself. More importantly, you have to understand your culture. Culture provides the resources, and culture provides the software of the mind, the language, symbol, music, art. These are the resources that we can access through culture. So I know that many of you are interested in K-pop and K-drama. It's an entertainment. But if you continue to watch Korean drama and Korean pop, you'll be stressed and depressed. Why? Because you don't look like Korean. You don't understand Korean. And if you try to speak Korean, it's not genuine Korean. Why? Because your mentality is Indonesian. So I'm the only Korean professor who tells you entertainment is okay, but you have to understand your culture. If you don't understand your culture, you'll be stressed and depressed. Because trying to be a K-pop singer, I'm sorry, you will not be. You have to spend at least 7 to 10 years working 14 hours a day, and you have to be less than 50 kilograms. Okay, so if you weigh more than 50 kilograms, give up. You cannot be. So as an entertainment, it's okay. As a lifestyle, it is very stressful. If you try to be a K-pop singer or if you try to be in drama. Why? Because you're Indonesian. The other question is, what is the core value of Indonesia? You're Indonesian. Do you know what is the most central value of Indonesians are? So when I ask this question, people think and they cannot give an answer. Why don't you know? Because you experience Indonesian culture as an individual in Medan, but not in Bali, not in Makassar. And also, you know your culture through experience, but not through research. Research gives you a cultural map, an understanding from a distance. So let me tell you what is the core Indonesian value. And when I tell you, everyone will nod their head, yes. But you will not know at this moment. So we collected around 20,000 data, starting with Gajah Mada, then in Bandung, then in Jakarta, then in Denpasar. So we have a lot of data from parent-child relationship, academic achievement, happiness, sadness, leadership, work value. So based on the data, what is the core Indonesian value? It's called caring and sharing. So Indonesia is not as developed as Korea, but Indonesians are happier than Koreans. Did you know that? Most Koreans are stressed and depressed. Okay, it's not what you see on Korean drama. Korea has the highest suicide rate in the world in terms of developed countries. Highest divorce rate. Most marriages end up in divorce. And Koreans have less than 1 children, 0.73. So Korea, the population is declining by 200,000 people a year. So do you want to be a Korean? You'll be stressed and depressed and without much hope, okay? And this is the result that we have. But of course, not all Koreans are stressed or depressed. You know why Koreans are stressed and depressed? They try to weigh more than 50 kilograms, and it's impossible to weigh less than 50 kilograms. And they go on a diet all the time. They cannot eat what they want. They cannot eat with their family and enjoy it. Do you know when Indonesians are most happy? When you're eating with your families and friends. But imagine you can't eat because you're on a diet. Although some Indonesians should go on a diet, but this is the difference between Korea and Indonesia. And what I will talk about today is psychology will make you stressed and depressed because there is no research on hope. There's very little research on happiness. And the research that I will introduce you today shows all the theories in psychology is wrong. The reason why people are happy is not because of their personality, not because of their IQ, not because of their income, not because of their success. You know why people are happy? This is based on an 85-year longitudinal study. In Harvard, they studied their graduates for 85 years, for 3 generations. And they conducted DNA assessment, health records, psychological profile. And the most important predictor of happiness, health, and long life is close relationship. Do you have a close relationship? Do you have families and friends you can talk to? When you're stressed, you can get help. And when you travel or go out, you go out with them. That's why Indonesians are happy. And that's why Koreans and Americans are stressed and depressed, because they spend all their time trying to look beautiful, trying to be successful. So if you want to be stressed and depressed, try to look beautiful all the time. Try to be the best all the time. Try to earn a lot of money. So what I'm going to tell you today, what you learn in psychology will not help you to understand yourself because you're not an American. You're not individualistic. You're not focusing on competition. Indonesians cooperate and they care and share. The third factor is tolerance, or what I call flexibility. Indonesians are flexible. For me, it drives me crazy in terms of scheduling, in terms of meetings. But because you have cultural diversity, you have to tolerate other people. And also, Indonesia is the only country that recognizes 6 religions. So you have religious diversity. And this makes everybody happy because you can practice your own religion, you can continue your own culture. So if there is oppression to culture or ethnicity or religion, All you do is look at Israel, what is happening. It's terrible based on their intolerance. Okay. So one of the things that we need to understand is the difference between the hardware, human body. Okay. We have organs, brains, and senses. Psychology focuses on the human body, genetics. But the most important aspect of psychology is the software. And the problem is, in our brain, our small brain, we have 100 billion neurons. Don't you wish you had 100 billion rupiah or dollars? You will be rich, right? If you have 100 billion rupiahs. But actually, you're very rich because you have 100 billion brain cells that you can use. And each cell can connect 100 trillion times. So what if you have 100 trillion rupiah? Will you be happy? The answer is no. But you can connect your brain. So psychology does not study the software of the mind. And it is the software that will make you stressed, depressed, or happy. Okay? And this is what I will talk to you about today. Genetically, we have only 25 genes. That's less than the P that has 45,000. So it doesn't mean having more genes is better. So we can do a genetic analysis. So you have a genetic analysis, you can find out who your father is, who your mother is, who your relative is, and we can also find out who is our ancestor 80,000 years ago. So genes are very popular in terms of knowing your biological heritage. But genes do not determine your behavior, your feelings, such as stress, depression, or happiness, because there is something called epigenetics, that when you're growing up, what do you experience? If you experience caring and sharing, it unlocks the genes. You know this by raising dogs. If you take care of the dogs, and if you love the dogs, feed the dogs, they're very nice, cats. But if you abuse a dog, they become very aggressive. Same thing happens with human beings. When you are caring and sharing, that part of the brain called prefrontal cortex is unlocked and connected. And the children are very caring, sharing. But if you abuse them, neglect them, hostile to them, and the caring part of the brain is locked, and the hostile part is opened. So they engage in hostility, okay? So gene does not make you smart. Genes do not make you athletes. Genes do not make you leaders. Gene gives you an opportunity. And what makes you a leader is experience and people around you who support you, okay? So this is very important in terms of child development, of unlocking the genes that makes you happy and managing stress. So if I ask you, would you like to write an international article, publish it, do statistical analysis? People say, oh, that would be stressful. No, I love it. I enjoy it, okay? Why do you think I have 200 articles? Because I like it. Do you think I do it because I'm a masochist? I love pain. Of course, I like pain in terms of what you have to go through. So you have to unlock the genes, and then you have to connect the genes to support development. So in music, in sport, art, or even business. So anybody can be an artist or an athlete, but you have to unlock it. You have to receive social support. And the most important thing, you have to have confidence in yourself. You have to believe in yourself. And this is possible when your parents believe in you, when friends believe in you. But when they doubt and they criticize, you begin to doubt yourself. And your genes become negatively connected. So young children are particularly sensitive because they are born with brain cells that are unconnected. And in the early experience, what is connected becomes reinforced. So that's why child development is very important. So we learn about Piaget. He doesn't know how the brain works. Did you know what he did to develop his theory? He locked up his children 3 hours a day to observe them. So if he was conducting the study in modern times, he would be locked up in jail for child abuse. Piaget was a very abusive German father or Swiss father. And you need to turn off your mics. And if you look at Piaget theory, what's wrong with Piaget theory? There are no parents. There are no emotions. There are no altruism or empathy. But these are the things that are important. So you might be born with the same gene at the age of 10, but your lifestyle, your diet, your ethnic background, and also amount of sleep can change your genetic sequence called epigenetics. So epigenetics is influenced by social interactions in terms of what we call probiotics, diet, exercise, whether you get infected by disease or COVID-19. And what is worse is smoking, drinking, and the worst is drugs. That's why Prophet Muhammad said, don't do drugs, because it damages your brain. And when your brain is damaged, of course, you cannot pray. So the worst thing that can happen is drug abuse and smoking. And financial status in terms, if you're poor and if you're malnourished, you cannot be healthy. And there are seasonal differences. And so these are what affects your gene. Then what affects our biology? First, let me tell you, because the concept of race is not a scientific concept. It was created by the British to justify slave trade. Who is our ancestor? Do you know who your ancestor is 80,000 years ago? It is, so on your top left corner, meet your ancestor. Hello to your great-great-great-grandfather. Let me introduce you to your brothers and sisters. Your brothers are the chimpanzees, and your sisters are bonobo monkeys. Human beings and chimpanzees share 98.8% of the gene. We're very similar. Only 1.2% differentiate between humans and animals. And let me introduce you to your cousin, gorilla. And for those from Kalimantan, orangutan is our second cousin, which means orang means human-like, then halobas. So human beings share a lot in common with chimpanzees. But do we behave like chimpanzees? And the answer is no. Why? Because we have culture. Why? Because of the software of the mind. So chimpanzees live in Congos in the jungle. And so chimpanzees are dominated by alpha male. He gets all the food and he gets all the mating rights and he terrorizes other male and female. So the chimpanzees are the most stressed. Why? Because they don't have enough food? No, they have more food than they can eat. But the alpha male does not share because he doesn't want other males to challenge his authority. So chimpanzees are stressed and depressed because of the alpha male. Then there are bonobo monkeys that is female dominated, not male dominated. And they're egalitarian, nonviolent, and they're sexually active. But they live in a part of a jungle. Where did human beings evolve? Human beings evolved in the African savanna, flatlands with tall grass. And this is the part of Namibia, South Africa, where human beings evolved. The difference between human beings And chimpanzee is opposable grip. We can grip a smartphone, where chimpanzees cannot because their thumb is flat. So we can make tools and we can use smartphone. Then human beings began to walk upright. Why? Because if you live in the savannas, if your body is exposed to sunlight, you get heat stress. So in order to reduce heat stress, human beings began to walk. So their back is not exposed to the sun. So we only have hair on the top, whereas chimpanzees have hair throughout the body. Then we have the descent of larynx. So the larynx is here, and there is opioid bone. So when you walk upright, then you don't get enough oxygen through your brain. So what happened is the larynx descended so we can get oxygen in and out. And what that did is human beings can make 20,000 different sounds. And you need 10,000 sounds to have a language, because Indonesians use different sounds, Koreans use different sounds, and Germans use different sounds to communicate. Chimpanzees can only use 15 sounds, and as such, they cannot have language. And the greatest difference is fire. All animals are afraid of fire. And when there's a forest fire, all animals run away, except one, human beings. Human beings are not afraid of fire because we understand the nature of fire. Fire exists when there's wood, but when it rains, fire is extinguished. So we learn to control the power of fire. So this is not instinct, as Freud and psychologists would say. This is overcoming our instinct based on our understanding the basis of fire. So human beings evolved and succeeded not because of our instinct, as personality theory, IQ theory, behaviorist theory, Freudian theory would say, because we overcame our instinct. And what did we do with fire? Make nasi goreng. Cook food with fire. So if you eat raw meat like chimpanzee, it takes 5 hours to digest meat. If you cook it in fire, 1 hour. Potato, you cannot eat. It's toxic. But if you fry it, you get much more calorie. So in Indonesia, you have nasi goreng. You fry things. You have ayam goreng, fried chicken, because in chicken, there's a lot of bacteria. If you eat raw chicken, you will get sick. So you fry it, and you have fried eggs, and it increases the amount of calories you can consume and destroys the toxins and bacteria. And what did that do? It allowed us to have a bigger brain. Human beings have a brain that is 4 times larger than chimpanzee. Look at the human brain on the left versus the chimpanzee is 4 times larger. Do you know why? Is it evolution? No. It is cultural. We learn to cook food over the fire, and it allowed us to consume more calories to have a larger brain. And this is the difference between chimpanzee, and we have a very protruding frontal lobe compared to chimpanzee. And the frontal lobe is where you make all your decisions, where you have empathy, where you have morality. Chimpanzees don't have morality because they don't have a big frontal lobe. Human beings can empathize because we have the frontal lobe, but you have to stimulate it. You have to encourage that to occur. And so human beings can stimulate empathy in chimpanzee by raising them, dogs, cats, even birds, by stimulating that part of the brain. But human beings have the biggest frontal lobe. So we used to live in a cave to be protected by predators, and it's dark, so we use fire. And what did we do? What is an idea? Is idea biological? Idea is something new. And what did we begin to do? At night, we have a lot of time and we have nothing to do. We begin to paint. So what is a painting? Painting is something that is in your mind, a picture of a horse, picture of a cow, then putting on a rock. Why? Because human beings have very short-term memory. If I give you a phone number, you won't remember if it's 8 or 10 digits, right? We forget. And we have a limited storage capacity. We don't have large capacity. Compared to a smartphone, it can remember all your data, all your photos, all your files, and you can process it very quickly. So since we tend to forget a lot, we paint it. We put our ideas in our mind into rocks. And what is that? Information technology. We can forget. And when we die, everything I know will be gone. But when I draw it, put it on a stone, it lasts for thousands of years. Human beings are the only animal who can take their ideas and put it in a rock, paper, or a computer. So what I know can be preserved, and my children and ancestors can use it. And all this information accumulates from invention of the wheel, invention of the bronze, and even invention of the computer. So computer has a hardware and a software. Hardware is the machinery. Software is the way we think. So we taught machines to think like human beings. Of course, they're not human beings because computers only have data. They don't have experience. They don't have emotions. And they don't have empathy. So they make decisions based on data called algorithm. But human beings have emotions based on experience. And we can store these experiences in art. So art is information technology. Without art, there would not be language. And so we can create something new, think outside the box. We can combine lion with a human being. So if you have sex with a lion, would you have a lion man? Of course, it's impossible to have sex with a lion and have a lion man, but we can create it through a sculpture because it's an idea that can be combined. So art can be very flexible. We take primary colors, red, green, and blue. And what do we do with it? Canvas. We take colors and we take a brush and we create this Mona Lisa. If you go to Paris, to the Louvre Museum, she's the most famous painting. Why is she famous? Because she's alive. It's not physical paint, but Leonardo da Vinci made her alive. She has a smile called Mona Lisa smile, and she looks at you. And why does she have a smile? Do you know why she's smiling? Well, people think she has a baby in the womb. If you look at her hand and her stomach, she's about 5 months pregnant. So she's thinking about the baby in the womb. And this picture captures her emotion, her inner world. And that's why we say picture is worth 1,000 words. And it captures a lot of information. Then we took symbols, hieroglyphs, Egyptians. This is the first writing system. Then it was recorded in different forms. Then Gutenberg took the alphabet that is based on the symbol and took the Bible, Martin Luther, and printed it. So previously, people copied Bible word for word on a lambskin. It would take 5-10 years to copy a Bible. And you have to have millions of dollars to purchase a Bible. But Martin Luther wanted everybody to read the Bible, or Quran, everybody to read the Quran decide for yourself what is the word of God. You don't have to rely on the priest. And Then now we have computing. We can store information through the semiconductors, through cloud computing, through that allows give us mobility. So now we have tremendous amount of information that is stored, and computers can process information very quickly. But there is a fundamental difference between human beings and chimpanzee. We can teach Kanzi because she cannot speak symbols. Okay, so she would say, "I want banana, give me water." Okay, "I am happy." But she cannot teach her brothers and sisters how to use the symbols. So human beings can teach chimpanzees, but chimpanzees cannot teach each other. So when Kanzi dies, everything will disappear. And there is no such a thing as education by reading books. It's only by experience. So chimpanzees have not evolved in 6 million years. Human beings change dramatically, not the biology, but the software of the mind. And something happened in Indonesia around 66,000 years ago. It's called the Toba earthquake. And in the island of in Toba district, a huge volcano erupted and the ash cloud covered the earth. And what it did is the beginning of Ice Age. Because of the clouds, sun could not enter. So the earth became cold. And during this time, people began to migrate. So Stephen Wells, professor, a geneticist at Stanford University, he went around the world and did a cotton swab to figure out the genetic basis, to figure out their ancestry. And guess what he discovered? He discovered there is no African, Indonesian, Korean, German as race. Race is not a scientific concept. If you look at the left lower corner, there is L1. Our ancestors come from one single tribe in Kalahari, Africa. So we are all African, not Indonesians, Americans, German. We have different color of the skin because of exposure to sun. If you go to Norway, the sun doesn't come out 8 months of the year. In Indonesia, sun is very strong. So you have dark skin. So people who live in the north have light skin. People who live near the equator have dark skin. So race is not a scientific concept. We are all Africa. And with the Ice Age, people living in the South Africa moved to the middle Sahara area. And they crossed to the Arabian Peninsula, what we call the Central Asia. And some of them went to north to become European, and others went through India, through Thailand, and took the boat to Indonesia. Others went to Central Asia, and they're known as Mongols. And they went to Korea, Japan. And some of them went through Siberia by domesticating reindeer. And when the ice bridge was frozen, they migrated to North America, South America, all the way. So there is only one Homo sapien, and we share 99.9% of the gene. Only 0.1% differentiate us from men and women and people around the world. So biologically, we're virtually identical. What makes us different is culture. It's the software where we grew up, the language we developed. And this is the biological map. So this is your ancestor. Hey, say hello to your ancestor. Okay, he's our great-great-great-grandfather. And everyone evolved from one Africa. And there is a lot of debate. Are men genetically superior, or men and women are equal? No, we're not equal. Women are genetically superior. They have XX and men have XY. The Y produces testosterone that makes men violent, unstable, unpredictable. So men need women, and men create all the problems in the world. Okay, so all these issues of genetic difference is wrong. Men are inferior to women. And the first IQ test, Terman, when he conducted the test, actually female students, girls did better than boys. And guess what he did? He decided to delete those items in which girls did better so that the boys did better than girls. So the sex difference that you learn in the United States is fabricated. IQ test, they thought Europeans were superior and Africans were inferior and Asians are inferior. Now Asians have higher IQ than Americans in Europe. So did our genes change? No. East Asians spend more time studying. So you need to understand how your brain works to control stress, not be depressed and be happy. So if you want to be happy, know how to use your brain. Most people don't know how to use their brain. They know how to use their hand to write or use your smartphone or to ride a motorcycle. But do you know how to use your brain? If you don't know how to use your brain, you will be stressed. You will be depressed and you cannot be happy. So I work with Professor Gerhard Hunter at Göttingen, and he says human beings can unfold their potential in a supportive community where individuals engage each other that inspires to contribute. You feel happy when you contribute to the group and you are inspired. And brain is a social construction. We are born with brain cell, but it's constructed through experience and relationship. So we learned in physiology, we have different function of the brain and left brain and right brain. This is completely wrong. We have 100 billion and there is no left brain and right brain because it's all connected. And now through fMRI, we can measure brain activity, such as fear and what happens in the brain. We can see the brain that is depressed versus not depressed. Depressed person, the brain is not activated. That's why we call it depressed. They have low affect, negative cognitions. They don't want to do anything. And traditionally, we thought neurons were separate, but now we discover it's experience dependent. So we're born with neurons and our experience connect them. But if you repeat the experience, such as riding a bicycle, then you become better at riding a bicycle. I'm amazed how people in Indonesia drive a motorcycle. Okay? They can do it very well. And the neurons become integrated in a circuit. If you play football, piano, or computer, the more you practice, quicker it becomes, and it becomes integrated. And in psychology, we only study cognition, and we don't study emotion. Most psychological theories do not have emotion, but that is incorrect, because whenever information comes through our senses, in our limbic system, feelings and emotions and memories are attached. So whenever there's a stimulus, information and emotions are attached, and you cannot separate them. So most theories in psychology is wrong because they don't look at the emotional component of cognition. So when we are born, we're born with our body, and our experience shape our mindset, what we experience. But the most important thing are the parents who provide the environment, social support. But American theories such as Piaget, parents are absent, or Freud, parents are abusive, which is incorrect. This does not happen in Korea, and it does not happen in Indonesia. So what you want to do and what you need to do is to engage positively in order to use your brain. So Indonesians eat together and they're happy. But I'm amazed Indonesians do not do research together, and they're not very good at working together. And this is why Indonesia has not developed. Indonesian students try to do research by him or herself, which is very stressful. Professors do not collaborate within the faculty. And universities do not collaborate. That's why Indonesia is not very productive. And this is what I'm trying to change, going around Indonesia, get people to collaborate. So why is a Korean professor traveling across Indonesia, getting people to collaborate? Why don't Indonesians collaborate with one another? Why? Because that will make you happy. That will make you productive. So this is what we need to do in terms of co-creation. So you feel joy if you're curious. And if you're curious, like riding a bicycle, learning how to play piano, then it is a challenge. And if you're able to overcome the challenge, you have self-confidence and you have positive expectation. This makes you happy. And so our brain has different components. The inner part of the brain is where our memory and emotion is stored. And the frontal cortex is where we make the decision. So they thought in psychology, religion is a useless waste of time. But we can control our brain through what we call mindfulness. So if you meditate, if you pray, it improves qualities of sleep, restores childlike wonder, improves relationship, reduce stress, and cognitive flexibility, lower blood pressure, and emotional activity, increases empathy. So if you want to be happy, meditate. If you want to pray, focus on the present, what you are experiencing, and all the desires and all the achievements that is driving you crazy. That's why Indonesians pray 5 times a day. That's why you have Ramadan, where you deny your basic need to control and to use your brain. Even Maslow said you have to satisfy your need. Maslow is wrong. You have to control your biological need and feel spiritually connectedness. And when we use our brain and when we face challenges, innovate, dopamine is produced. That makes us happy. Serotonin is produced when you meditate and pray. Then oxytocin is called love hormone when you hold hands, when you hug one another, and when you touch. That's why I hate Zoom lectures, because you don't see people. You don't interact with one another. Oxytocin is produced when you see someone smile and when you communicate. Then you have endorphin. A lot of Koreans and Indonesians like hot food. It's a pain, but if you eat hot food, the body produces endorphin to overcome our pain. So this is our biology and chimpanzee, full of despair, fear, hatred, greed, and suspicion. This is how chimpanzees live. But human beings have hope. Human beings have confidence. Human beings have empathy, and we share, and we trust. On your left is stress and depression. On your right is happiness. So where are you? Are you in despair, fearful, hate, greed, and suspicion? You have described most Americans and many Koreans. Do you have hope? Do you have confidence in yourself? Do you have empathy? Do you share? Do you trust one another? If you have that, then you are happy. So this is understanding how our brain works. So let me skip a little bit because I want to take questions and give you some of the results. So how can you gain confidence? And it's called agency. So you can describe a cup half empty, pessimist, someone is depressed, or half full, an optimist. So we categorize people in terms of personality, but the most important thing is agency. Don't talk about it. Fill the cup, drink the water. And this is Albert Bandura that I've been working with for the last 40 years. Unfortunately, he passed away a couple of years ago. what predicts human behavior is agent. And what is an agent? And he won the National Medal of Honor. Agent is measured by self-efficacy, that you have to have a goal that you want to achieve. And you have to believe that you have the skill to execute, like throwing a ball. So efficacy is a belief. So you start with a goal on the left, intention, knowledge, and goal. And you have belief that and skill that you can play football, you can play baseball, or write an article. And that performance leads to an outcome. So you have to have confidence in yourself. You have to have belief in yourself. But you get this confidence through success. But you also get confidence by feedback in terms of test scores, in terms of football scores, and most important, social support. Your parents can support you even if you fail, and you get confidence. Your friends, your teachers and professors. And we get confidence, one, through on the top, performance. When you succeed, you feel good. Vicarious is modeling. So through modeling, we learn. On the bottom right, verbal persuasion, social support, and how do you assess your physiological state? So stress involves understanding the mind, body, emotion, and spirituality. It has to be in balance and in harmony. So we collected data from over 3,000 students from primary school, junior high school, senior high school, and this is the result that we get. So on your left in green, you have social support for father, which increases the self-efficacy or confidence. Mother support increases self-efficacy. Teachers increases self-efficacy and life satisfaction, the arrow. And social support of friends increases self-efficacy. And what does self-efficacy do? It increases life satisfaction and academic achievement. For middle school students, mother becomes the most important in increasing self-efficacy and life satisfaction. And what is interesting, for high school students, teachers no longer have influence in self-efficacy because children are able to learn by themselves. But what is more important, father plays a more important now. So if you want to understand whether you're satisfied and whether you do well in school, is self-efficacy. You have confidence in yourself. And how is that influenced? By social support from your mother, father, teachers, and friends. And this is why Korean students do well in school, why Chinese students do well, because they have the support of their parents and their friends, and they develop confidence in themselves. Stress is the other way. So in terms of thought, oh, I can't cope, I can't do this, my life is a mess, everything is going wrong. Then you're feeling of anxiousness, depressed, worried, and frustrated. And behavior, you're not engaging, you're avoiding, and you rush, and you feel tired, and your body has a lot of problems. So stress involves events and situation, whether you can believe you're able to handle it, and if you can cope, and if you receive social support, you experience less stress. So we collected data from Korean and Japanese students, and this is what we call the conceptual model, theoretical model. So we predict social support will increase efficacy, will increase stress management, and reduce stress symptoms. And this is what we call the path analysis, statistical analysis. And we see social support from parents increases efficacy. Their support does not predict stress management or stress symptoms, but efficacy increases stress management and decreases stress symptoms. And we find the same thing with Japanese students, very similar pattern. Then we study stress and depression. And depression cycle, you feel bad, you don't have energy, you avoid, and you isolate. So we collect the data from Korea and Japan also. And this is the model, conceptual model, that the stress and depression symptom will be related, and that resilience of efficacy would increase management, and symptom and social support from parents would increase your confidence. And this is a result we have with CESD, Center for Epidemiological Studies in Depression. So social support increases resilience of efficacy, and efficacy increases stress management, reduces depression, and reduces stress. You have to have confidence you can manage. That's what efficacy is. And you develop confidence when you get the support of your parents. And we get it in Japan, and we get it in Korea, and we get it in Italy, United States, and all over the world. That's why we need to use self-efficacy skill. And this is using Beck's depression inventory. And we get very good result. And if you have results like that, then your articles can be published in international journals. And of course, we have done so already. And we collected male and female sample, looking at the social support of parents and social support of friends. Friends are also important. And we believe that would increase their self-efficacy, reduce their emotional disorders such as depression and stress, and increases their life satisfaction and subjective well-being. And guess what we found? We found in male students, social support increases self-efficacy, which reduces emotional disorder and increases well-being. Where friends, it increases their well-being directly. And if you look at the path numbers, is very powerful. It explains more than 50% of the variance. For female students, social support from friends reduces emotional disorder and reduces well-being, but not increase your confidence. Parents have a much stronger impact in terms of reducing emotional disorder. It should be negative in terms of increasing self-efficacy and reducing emotional disorder. Job stress, we collected data from employees in the 30s, 40s, and 50s. And you have job stress because you have demand from the boss, workload, problems in communication, and lack of vision. You have job satisfaction when you have emotional support from your colleagues and when you have informational support. So secret to happiness. So Daniel Kahneman won the Nobel Prize in economics. So he wanted to study happiness. And what he did, he found something and replicated Isserliner's paradox. He studied many developed countries and found as countries develop and their income increases, their happiness increases, but it disappears around 20,000. So once you are economically developed, additional income does not increase your happiness. And so what makes you happy is not the money. Of course, if you're poor, you need money, but how you spend the day. And so he studied 450,000. And if you earn money and if you have achievement, it increases your life satisfaction. So if you have a house, nice car, a good income, you're satisfied. But if you look at the red, blue, and green, it does not increase your happiness. So what does that mean? Money can get rid of unhappiness to give you a safe, stable, satisfied life, but it doesn't give you happiness. Money cannot buy happiness. So how do you spend your day? And this picture shows when and how you can be happy. Retirement, people work hard, and when they retire, they have nothing to do. So what am I doing because I'm retired? I'm spending 3 months traveling across Indonesia, Malaysia, and Paris because it's important to engage in something that is important. So Harvard longitudinal study studied people for 85 years and their children. And Robert Waldinger, the surprise finding is that our relationship and how happy we are in our relationship predicts
Makanya
the
kata yang
health and
yang
happiness
bilang suka sama dia kan, yang perempuan suka sama dia.
30 years later. So the conclusion, we thought relationship would make us happy, but we were surprised relationship actually predicted who would live longer and who would go in a healthier way. So American psychological theory thought it was IQ, it was personality, it was education, socioeconomic status, and all the American theories are wrong. So why are you studying American theory? You already have the secrets of happiness. It's called caring and sharing. So if you develop economically and if you become richer, you will end up like Koreans, stressed, depressed, and unhappy. So do you want to give up your culture to succeed, to become stressed and depressed? So this is what we find, and this is a conclusion. So how do you spend your day? By yourself, trying to achieve. And so these are the predictors that relationship is the most important. Indonesia is not a rich country, but people are happy because you are caring and sharing. And so the people who were happiest, who stay healthiest, and who live longer had the warmest connection with other people. And this is what I discovered in Indonesia. And this is also found with nuns who live to be 100 years old. And they studied the brain after they passed, and they found the same thing. So we studied happiness. And for students, their happiness is influenced by their efficacy and their academic grade. And their efficacy and happiness is predicted by emotional support, and which predicts social economic status. For adults, happiness is occupational achievement, children's success, and of course, resilience of efficacy and emotional support. And so if you look at the regressional analysis of students, adults, and elderly, more than 50% is explained by emotional support for students. For adults, around 30%, then efficacy. For elderly, efficacy was the most important. As you get older, you need to have more confidence in yourself. And of course, when you get older, you need more financial and emotional support. And this is the factor predicting happiness in Korea. Same thing in terms of efficacy. I'll skip that and I'll give you this result we found with my colleague Park Yus at Bandung, and I was shocked. I was surprised. So we know well-being is predicted by social support and self-efficacy, but we found a variable called religiosity or spirituality, that is practicing your religion, having faith in your religion increases self-efficacy. So most psychology theory said religion is a waste of time. Praying is a waste of time. But we have data in Indonesia with Sundanese that shows religion has a powerful effect. And social support and spirituality is highly correlated, 0.91. People who practice religion get support from their parents, from the community. So based on this data, I would like to collect data in other parts of Indonesia. Praying is not a waste of time. Praying reduces stress, reduces depression, and makes you happy. And now we have results to show that. So, and this is what we find in terms of Pathanols and in subjective well-being. So what makes you happy? Caring and sharing. And this is the core value of Indonesia. So Indonesians know the secrets of happiness. And it's not K-pop, it's not K-drama, it's not having a good car or a good home. It's having close relationship. So I'm coming to Indonesia to communicate to Indonesia, you don't want to give up the secret of happiness to be successful. Because if you're successful, you'll be stressed and depressed. You need money to meet the daily needs, to take care of people around you. But how much money do you need? What kind of car do you have to have? And how big does your house to be? You have to engage. And people ask me, why do I come to Indonesia? Because I'm happy when I'm in Indonesia, because everybody's smiling, everybody's taking care of me, and we share. So I can say I'm most happiest, not when I'm in Korea, but I'm most happiest in Indonesia. And I want this happiness to continue by understanding yourself and understanding your culture. So the greatest export of Indonesia is not copper, is not nickel, is happiness. And that's why we need to understand more through empirical analysis what makes people happy. And Indonesians can teach other countries in the Middle East, Israelis, Americans, Germans, caring and sharing, not through bombing, not through terrorism, not through threats. And this is the lesson I want to share with you. So thank you very much for your attention. I wish we were meeting in person so I can see your face and I can get oxytocin. But hopefully the next time I come, we can meet in person so that I can visit your university and share what we have. And most importantly, we can conduct research to unravel the secrets of happiness and understanding how we can manage stress. Especially after COVID-19, a lot of university students are stressed and depressed. Why? Because they're isolated. Why? Because of this Zoom. Zoom creates stress and depression. So we should not use it anymore. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Kim, for the amazing presentation. Now we will move to the next session. For everyone who has question, do not hesitate to share the question, or maybe you have any perspective, or maybe you want to sharing to us any stories about what do you understand about your core value in your culture, or maybe your perspective about happiness. Because we know that here in Medan, we have a lot of diverse community. Like Prof. Kim, we are now the collaboration from 3 university. Like you see from all the participants, we can see that if you see the name, there is a lot from Batak people, or maybe like from other tribe here. So you can share our perspective, especially about mental health and happiness.
Next time, I would like to
anyone
visit
or
all
maybe
three universities.
committee,
and-
can you share?
So the best thing to do is in the chat box, write your question in English because it's hard to communicate using the microphone. So if you send me your question in English, I will try to answer the questions in order. Okay.
Okay. Okay. We are still waiting for the sharing.
Yeah, okay. So
And-
first question
Yes.
from Desi.
Yes. Yes.
I can answer this question very easily. Why? Because men focus much more on achievements. Men want to be successful. Men want to be popular. And women are much more relational based. And this is because of testosterone. And men tend to be much more aggressive, and because they're inferior to women. That's why they're unhappy. It's a joke. But if you want to be the best, if you want to achieve, you don't spend time in developing relationship. And men want to be masculine, have big muscles. And if you are emotional, they think that's very feminine. So there are many stereotypes. And intelligent people are not happy because they focus too much time on what they're doing. Of course, I can tell you I'm not a happy person, except when I'm in Indonesia because I'm doing research writing. So if you focus on achievement, you cannot invest your time on relationship. and you don't develop skills in maintaining relationship. Women are very good. They're very sensitive, they're very supportive, and that's why men are not happy. But we found interesting result in Yogyakarta. Javanese males are happier than females. And Javanese male students get more social support from the parents, and they're more confidence. So it appears in Jogja, Javanese is very male dominated. And so when I found this result, I was shocked. And my colleagues were telling me, well, it's a farming community, there's a boy preference, and parents, especially mothers, provide more social support, more opportunity to males. But when I visited Bandung, Takyu said, no, Sundanese are not like that. I said, no, you look the same. You eat the same nasi goreng. I think Sundanese and Japanese are the same. And we collected the data. And guess what happened? He was right. In Sunda, there's no sex difference. There's no boy preference. So in the island of Java, there's a tremendous difference in terms of sex difference. Boy preference in Jogja. I don't know if it's all of Javanese, but in Jogja, very traditional. There's a very strong male dominance. Whereas in Sunda, it's very egalitarian. So maybe in Medan or Sumatra, you have something reverse, that you have more females who are happy, who are confident. I don't know, but we have to collect data. But these questions are based on opinions, but not on data. So we need to explore. And I'm coming to Medan to understand. So the question is about close relationship and praying routinely. But I think it is a different from sharing and caring. Oh, it's different. Spirituality is connectedness. And why does praying makes you happy? Because when you live every day, like going on a motorcycle, going home, you're very focused. When you come to university, you have to write the paper, and you forget the larger picture. When you pray, you don't try to control everything. You let go. And in terms of Islam, is surrendering to the will of God. You focus on the moment. You focus on what is important. Then your stress disappears, because all the things that you fight about, all the grades that you want to improve, is not important when you're praying. So spirituality is called mindfulness, understanding yourself. So all the selfishness, greed, and competitiveness, you let go and you focus on the present. You focus on what is important, and you focus on the larger picture, and it's called spiritual connectedness. And this is a difference. It's not caring and sharing. It is caring and sharing with God. You can think of it that way, but it is a different dimension. And so through meditation, through prayer, we can control our brain. We can control stress, and we can control all the negativity. Thank you for the question.
Thank you, Prof. We have at least 2 more questions that we already gathered. Please, Komite. Okay. We will wait for the slide to be changed.
You can just put it on the chat.
Okay.
It'll be more efficient.
Okay. Now I will. This is a question from Ibu Suri from Universitas Sumatera Utara. What do you think about individuals who pretend to be happy? Individuals who keep trying to smile, be cheerful even though they have problems.
I'll give an example from Java. When I came to Yogyakarta, I was very confused, because Javanese smile all the time. They smile when they're happy, they smile when they're stressed, they smile when they're angry. And so, of course, now I can figure out there are 20 different smiles in Java, and you can figure it out. Japanese smile when they're nervous. This is called being polite. You don't want to offend other people. That's one thing. Second thing is people can become popular when they smile and when they look happy, because you don't want to be around people who are depressed. Okay, so even if you're not happy, you try to pretend to be happy. And you have just described Koreans in K-pop and K-drama. They're not happy. They're just pretending to be happy. And it's because we get attention, and we want to be around happy people. And so these people can be very manipulative, because if they're not genuine, then they are acting in order to get attention. And so we need to differentiate happiness based on experience. Okay. So when you eat good food, you're happy. Or when you're singing and dancing, you're happy. Or when you have a wonderful conversation. But if you person is just happy doing nothing, that's fake. But even if you're not happy,
Yes.
if you
Sudah
force
dan
yourself to smile, then you'll become happier.
Yeah, and this is the last question, I think, Prof.
So we did it in Korea. Traditionally, the most important people are your grandparents, your grandmother and grandfather in a farming community, because your father and mother work in the field. But in Korea, we don't interact with our grandparents anymore. Okay. And the three generation no longer exist. And so one of the things that we need to study is the role of grandparents, because grandparents are wonderful for children, because everything children do is wonderful. They're beautiful. They're the best. So parents nowadays are very critical of their children, do better, become more ambitious. So we have not studied the role of grandparents, and role of grandparents are very important in terms of emotional support. And role of other people, uncles and aunts, and sometimes your teacher, when you're struggling, can be very important. So in Korea, this is what we did, but we cannot study empirically, uncles and aunts, because this is only few people. And so this is another area that we can study in Indonesia, because still Indonesia have extended family. And so uncles, aunts, or even neighbor. In Indonesia, one of the things I would like to study is the role of community. So whenever I visit a rural village, there's a sign that says Salamatang or Salamadatang or something like that. Welcome. Okay. And you enter, then everybody takes care of one another. And you have the concept of gotongmyoyong, where people share and take care of one another. And so one thing that is special about Muslim community is the concept of ummah, concept of community. So we are also looking at the concept of community and how it increases self-efficacy and life satisfaction. We are collecting data in UI, in Yogyakarta, and we are collecting data in different parts of Indonesia. So concept of community is very important in Islam. And it was very important in Christian communities long time ago. In Christianity, in Germany, it's called Gemeinschaft. People, fellow believers. That's why you go to church together. And after the service, you have coffees and teas, and you help one another. So Christian communities help in terms of international aid and helping others. And what we discover, helping others makes you happy, because you're blessed that you can help others. So if you want to be happy, help others, okay? Serve others because you're blessed, okay? Being selfish will make you depressed and stressed. Okay, about controlling your children. Okay.
Yes.
There's one question from Siti Latiful. I'll answer this question. This is a problem. Why do parents want to control their children? Why are parents telling kids what to do all the time? The grandparents said, let them do whatever they want. Okay. So there are no bad children. There are only bad parents. They just try to control. They try to manipulate. They try to force. Be patient. Listen. And let the children decide for themselves what they want to do. Okay. So when we see problem behaviors in children, I interview the parents. They're controlling, they're abusive, they're exploiting. So whenever you see a problem child, you see a problematic mothers who are depressed and stressed. And you know why mothers are depressed and stressed? Because their husband is not taking care of them. It's the men who are problems in our society. If the husband take care of the wife and the family, the mother will take care of the children. But if the wife or the mother is abused, neglected, she will take it out on her children. So the notion, there are no difficult children. In Indonesian, children are blessing. Okay. Of course, they run around the mall and hotel and scream and wake me up 5 o'clock in the morning, but they're happy. Okay. So I tell parents, don't try to control them. Control yourself. Control your anger. Control your frustration. And let children run around. But, of course, you have to convince children to behave properly. Convince children to study and to do good things. And this is another lecture that would take me 3 hours. How do you do this in Korea? How do you get children to study 14 hours a day? And then mothers have to be truly an artist to convince, like my father, that I want to study. Okay. And I became a professor because of my father. Okay. But this is another lecture. And so I will stop here. Otherwise, I'll talk for the next 3 hours.
Yeah, thank you, Prof. But it is like very interesting fact that we are youngsters in Indonesia. Sometimes there's a community or the group that use the, especially the Korean pop artists become their source of happiness. Do you aware of the phenomena, right? Like
I know
they,
it's,
yeah,
it's entertainment. It's momentary. And when you turn it off, all that emotion is gone.
yeah.
It's not lasting. So more time you spend on K-pop, you cannot be genuinely happy. You have to develop relationship with your parents, brothers and sisters, and friends. Okay, because if you spend too much time on smartphone or internet, you will become addicted. You're living in a cyberspace, but our body is in the real space. Talk to real people. Take care of a dog. Talk to a neighbor. Why are you talking and chatting on your smartphone? This is not reality. Okay? It's convenient. It is stimulating, but it destroys your brain. Be careful. Smartphone will make you stupid. It will make you depressed. It will make you stress if you use it too much. Why? Because you don't spend time on real relationship. You don't develop skill in real relationship. So smartphone addiction affects 25% of Korean young students. That's why many young people are stressed and depressed. So am I addicted to my smartphone, my laptop? Yes, I am, because I have to work, but it's not healthy. So that's why I'm saying Zoom lectures are not good because we cannot communicate. and I cannot see your response. So I will tell the organizers, unless I get to meet you in person, I don't come back to Medan. I don't like Zoom. It's very frustrating. You're looking into a 3-centimeter screen. We don't get any oxytocin, okay? We don't get to relate to one another. And this is not very educational. It's convenient, but it's not educational. So I'm willing to go to 3 different universities every 3 hours rather than have one Zoom session.
Okay, thank you, Prof. And this is a question, one more question. She
Okay.
sent it directly to me, and I will translate it to you because she sent it in Asia. So she asked about the professors say that we cannot follow the lifestyle of Korean because we are Indonesian. But is it possible if we adapt the lifestyle and we can adapt it in our culture in Indonesia?
So my suggestion, why do you not develop iPop and iDrama? Why can't young people be creative? Okay. Because you have a tradition in Indonesia of singing and dancing. So K-pop is a hybrid of American and Korean singing and dancing style. So Koreans were called singing and dancing people because we always sing and dance. Okay. And we integrated. When you use your own culture, use your own language, you are creative. And most importantly, you can emotionally communicate. You don't speak Korean, you don't know what it means. So you hear sounds, but no meaning. Why not develop at your university your own iPod, okay? With using Indonesian, okay? Using traditional dance, traditional music. You think culture is boring, past, it's not relevant. No, it's part of you, okay? So that is more difficult, okay? Because K-pop is already there. Develop iPop, develop iDrama, develop iFood. Indonesian food is wonderful, okay? Why do you eat kimbap and tteokbokki in Indonesia? It's terrible. That's not Korean food. It's terrible food. I would never eat Korean food in Indonesia, okay? Indonesian food is much better using Indonesian rice, Indonesian food. So if you follow K-pop, K-drama too much, it makes you lose your confidence in yourself. Then you cannot talk to your parents and you cannot talk to other, because you have to co-create with your other fellow and create a community. You cannot be creative when you follow K-pop or K-drama. You can only imitate. And it will make you stupid and unhealthy. Don't tell my government I said this because they're trying to promote it.
Yeah,
Okay?
okay.
So I'm being very honest. Okay. Because I hate K-pop. I think it's stupid. K-drama, I don't like it. It's because it's too abusive and too flashy in terms of wealth and success. I saw some of the more recent drama. It's all about being successful, all about being beautiful. But everyone is beautiful in their own way, okay? Not only Koreans. So spend more time understanding your culture, spend more time with your parents, ask them about their upbringing, their values, spend more time with one another in terms of understanding your own culture, doing research, developing your own culture. This is what Korea did because we're much poorer than Indonesia. We only farm once a year. And if our crop fail, we starve to death. Indonesia, you have 3 rice planting. Okay, so you share whatever you have. So Korea was the poorest country in the world, and we want to develop. And we continue to develop, losing our culture and losing confidence because students study 16 to 18 hours a day to enter university. And when I talk to them, they don't know why they're in university because their parents told them to study. They decide on a major to get a job. And when they work for Samsung, they're depressed because that's not what they want to do. They say, I want to open a restaurant. I want to be a singer. They say, why are you not a singer? My mother would not let me do that. And so they're working for Samsung, earning a lot of money, but they're not happy. So is that a good solution? So you have to discover what inspires you. What makes you happy? Don't do what your parents tell you. Be a doctor, be an engineer. My father told me to be a doctor, but my grades in psychology was much higher because I like psychology. Okay. And I really like what I'm doing. And as a result, I like to share my knowledge. So this is a problem with Chinese, Korean, and Japanese. We call it tiger moms. Mothers control, manipulate, get their children to do what they want because they see their children's success as their own success. They brag about their children and they're bragging up themselves. I'm a wonderful mother. I made my children. And so Chinese and Koreans and Japanese are very greedy, very selfish, very competitive. And the problem is they're not happy. Okay. So yes, you can watch K-pop, K-drama as an entertainment, but you have to develop your own music, not the old Japanese high-pitched songs that are terrible in my mind. They're not traditional. That's based on farm. They're not in modern. Develop it. So in your university, develop iPop, each campus, and have a competition. Okay. Develop iDrama. Take your smartphone and begin to create drama. That's fun, isn't it?
And yeah, I think it's a good idea. And maybe all the dean here, whoever joined the Zoom today, can make a iDrama competition between the universities.
Even how to create iDrama, even develop a course. And because
yes.
drama is about psychology, understanding humanity, understanding psychology, relationship. So if you really understand people, you should be able to create drama. And that would be fun. Because psychology courses are boring. Right?
So everyone, do you agree that psychology courses is boring? You may respond in the chat box. Okay, now we have another question, Prof, is from Yurna Nengsi. She's question about how to regulate our emotion when we are angry or sad, because we have a boss in our workplace who have a choleric personality. What do you think about this case?
This is a big problem across the world. I'm sorry to say, most of the bosses that you'll meet are stupid people. They're very abusive people. And the most stressful aspect of the job is not the work, but they tell you to do the wrong thing, and they're very abusive. And this is because the leadership is based on the military, authoritarian, telling people what to do, command and control. And even in Indonesia, this is a problem where boss tell you what to do. So I asked him, if you hired a smart employee, why are you telling them what to do? Why don't you ask them what they want to do? And it doesn't work. Most bosses are not willing to listen. Okay. And that's the same thing with parents telling kids what to do. Okay. And children will have a lot of problems. Why don't you ask children what they want to do? So my answer is don't work for that company. Find another job. Of course, the problem is there are not many jobs you can find. The best paying job is work for in a bank, and that's the most boring job in the world. But that's the only good paying job. And this is a problem in Indonesia. They're not good job opportunities. Most are in manufacturing. Most are in service. So start your own company, startup, like in the Silicon Valley. Few of you get together and create a Facebook or Amazon or even a Tesla. Why not? What do you have to lose? You have to work for a stupid boss who screams at you, and they don't pay you very much. Get your parents to support you. Why can't you have startups in Indonesia? You have Gojek and you have Tokopedia, right? How did they start? Of course, they were educated. You have to have education. Then you're motivated to study. So if you have stress in your workplace, and if you feel that you're not developing, why are you working there? Do you want to work there for the rest of your life? So I asked this question: what is the favorite day of the week, Monday or Friday? How many people think Friday is your favorite day? How many people say Monday is my favorite day? Me. For me, Monday is my favorite day. I hate Fridays because I have to go home, listen to and watch the stupid drama with my wife. I have to cook, I have to clean. Monday, I get to work. Wow, I'm free. I get to see the stock market. I get to lecture. My favorite day is Monday, and I hate Fridays because I have to stay home, clean and cook, and listen to my wife nag and, watch those stupid Korean dramas. I hate Korean dramas. So I'm different because when I come to work, I get to do what I want. I get to meet people and I get to travel. I love summer holidays because I'm working. For the next 3 months, I'm traveling in Indonesia, Malaysia, Europe. So if I go to Paris, do you think I go sightseeing? No, I'm working. So if your work is your hobby and your passion, and I'm paid for it, that's a wonderful life, isn't it? Why don't you do what you want to do and get people to pay for it? That's the dream job. So find what inspires you. Then develop the skill that are necessary to be successful and get people to pay for you. So even this trip, university is paying me to fly over, stay in a hotel, and I can talk about what I want and they pay me. Isn't that a good job? And they feed me with wonderful food. So find your passion. You're young. Use your brain, develop skill, and pursue your dream. That's the only way you can be happy. Okay. Don't make compromises. Don't have people telling you you're not good enough, you're not beautiful, you're too fat, you're ugly. That's what they told me about me. And I did not believe them. I told myself I'm beautiful when Canadians thought I was ugly. Okay? Don't let other people define who you are. You define yourself. Have a dream, develop skills, and pursue it. So you may or may not believe it. I'm retired and I'm working 14 hours a day. And my wife is, you're crazy. Why are you still working? You're not getting paid. Because I hate staying home doing nothing, okay? Watching TV. Okay? I have a retirement pay. I can stay home and do nothing for the rest of my life. Probably I'll be dead within 1 year because of boredom. I get sick. I get stressed staying home and watching K-pop and K-drama.
Yeah, it's very different from our community here because K-drama here is very hype and very hits. And also we have another question, Prof. Kim. There is in the chat box, it's question from Cheryl Alvira. Do you get it? Is it about the Maslow hierarchy doesn't define happiness?
Maslow hierarchy of need is wrong because it's based on needs, biological needs. It says you have to satisfy your biological need to have security needs. And you have security needs, you can have self-actualization. Then how do you define Ramadan? Ramadan is not satisfying your biological need. Buddhist monks do not satisfy their biological need. They leave their home. Christians, nuns and priests, are they satisfying their biological needs? Do they have a family? So the notion of need and hierarchy is wrong. So why do we believe Maslow is right? Do we have data to support it? The data that I have says Maslow is wrong. Erikson is wrong, believing that trust is the basis of child development. It's not. It's not trust, it's love when you're a young. So all these Western theory, Freud, are you driven by sex and violence? That's all you think about? And all these psychological theories said God does not exist. When you go to church, when you pray, you're wasting your time. So is Freud right saying God does not exist? Skinner, Erickson? So Islam is useless. Do you agree? That's what psychology is telling you. So I say Freud is wrong. And I dare us to show that Islam is very positive. Of course, not the terrorism that you see in the Middle East. So if you really believe in psychology, you should give up your religion. Because in psychology, objectively, God does not exist. But psychologists are wrong, okay? Because whether God exists or not is not a scientific question, because we cannot verify or falsify the existence of God. To say God does exist is not scientific, and to say God does not exist is not scientific either. It's based on belief, not data. But we know when people believe in God, they have peace of mind and they have well-being. It has a positive effect. Whether you call it God, Allah, Yahweh, it's the same God. In Buddhism, there is no God. It's the connectedness. In Hinduism. But basically, we have to believe in something higher. And we have to understand, without religion, there would be no philosophy. Without philosophy, there would be no science. Science believes in ultimate cause. And that came from religion. Okay? So I'm very critical of Western theories. Oedipus complex of Freud, does he have data? Can you measure unconsciousness? You can't. Can you define what need is? Maslow, you can't. And is it linked to biology? It's not. It's a hardware, but it's a software that matters. So some people still believe in Maslow as though it's a religion. Does Maslow have empirical data to suggest that there is this hierarchy of need? I'm saying, if you have the data, show me the data. I have not seen the data. And if you're a scientist, you have to show the data. So you can be rude. I'm much more ruder and nasty. Show me the data. Okay, I have the data. Can you show me the data that Maslow is right? Can anyone show that Freud, Skinner is right? They're all wrong based on the data, what we call falsification. And that's what science is. It's not opinion, it's objective based on data. So sorry, or impolitely, I did correct you if you're wrong. Yes, you're wrong. And of
Yeah.
course, I offend people, and that's my job.
Yeah, we must talk about using the evidence from the research. Yeah, I agree with that, Prof. And another question, this is question from Balkis. Is there a difference in the meaning of happiness between couples in Korea and Indonesia?
Yes, that's why men and women do not get along. And some people think it's biology, and it's kind of related. The fact that women give birth to babies, and when you raise babies, you have to communicate with children, you have to sing to them. So the difference between men and women, men are dominated by testosterone in terms of men like stimulation, men like achievement, men like competition, whereas women like romance, caring one another, supporting one another. So men, if you want to have a girlfriend, if you want to get married, if you want to be happy, learn from women how to relate, how to share. Give up being the macho, competition, success, okay? So men cannot be happy by themselves, especially in Korea. They need women to support them. And so men need to learn about relationship, maintaining relationship. And I've seen it across every single country in the world. Women wants romance, okay? Men have no idea what romance is, okay? They think just giving a gift. It's not just giving a gift, it's how you give the gift, what you say, okay? Is to understand the other person and to listen without saying, okay? To hear without being told. It's being intuitive. So you don't have to say anything. You can sit and watch the sunset together. Men will be bored. Women will think it's romantic. So if you don't understand it, men, then you have a lot to learn. Because it's about relationship. It's about caring for other people. It's about sharing. And it's about being intuitive. It's about sensitive. Okay. So these are things that we have not done enough in terms of research. And so the reason why women are happier and healthier, live 10 years longer, because they are able to maintain close relationship. And in Harvard longitudinal study, they conclude loneliness kills. Loneliness is as bad as drug addiction, as bad as smoking, and bad as alcohol. But many men end up being alone because they don't know how to maintain relationship. They're so focused on achievement. So men die 10 years earlier in most countries because they don't maintain relationship and they're not happy. So men, if you want to be happy, take care of your woman. That's your mother, your girlfriend, your sister well. Learn from them. And they provide hope for your future. And this is what we found in Korea.
Yeah, thank you, Prof. It's a very interesting topic on that question. So, this is a very good discussion for us, but also we have a limited time. So, allow me to make a brief resume about what our discussion was. We know that almost all of psychological theory that we already learned is come from West country, whereas we are East person, likely from Korea, Indonesia. So we must understand about our culture because we need to understand our psychological state based on our culture. So like for instance, you do not need to exaggerating when you are watching K-pop or K-drama because for the fact is like Indonesian happier than Korea, like the data that Prof. Kim already showed us. And also we must remember that every country, every culture have a central value. We can also say that Prof. Kim already found that the central value from Indonesia people is caring and sharing. And also this has become a very good start, a very good beginning to have a research about that in Medan. So because of that, Prof. Kim will meet with some of us to conduct some research. Is that true, Prof. Kim? We will meet, yes.
Yes.
Yes, and or another thing is there's a very good quote in the very beginning of Prof. Kim lecture. Prof. Kim say that you do not worry because gene do not make you leaders or others. Just give an opportunity. So what makes you leader is become you are surrounded with people who support you. So you must not worry about your genetic. It's just make you some opportunities, but you need experience to become leader. And also about the data from the spirituality, it's become the unique result from Indonesia because the spirituality, whether it is a practice or faith spirituality, does have an effect to the self-efficacy. This is a very good insight, so we can continue it in the other research. So that's all for me. And before we close the webinar, I think Prof. Kim, do you have any closing statement? for our lecture today.
So, do you want to be depressed? Does anyone want to be depressed? I know a secret formula for that. It's called hope. Give up hope. If you don't have hope, you will be depressed. So have hope. In all religions, we have hope. Okay. Then, second thing, have confidence in yourself. Okay. Develop self-confidence by experience. Okay. No matter if it's sports, art, even music, even K-pop, dancing is good for you. Okay. Don't, if you like it, don't give it up. Have hope. Maybe you can be better than Koreans. Probably, yes. So you have to have a hope. Then you have to have self-confidence. And in order to do that, you have to know who you are in terms of where you come from. You are not from Korea. You're from Sumatra and Medan. And you have to understand your parents, your grandparents, and your community. So hope is the future you want to be, but you have to know where you come from. So third thing, culture. What is the definition of culture? It's collective creativity. You create future together. Okay. The food, nasi goreng. Do you know nasi goreng is not Indonesian? Nasi goreng comes from China. It's called fried rice. Nasi, rice, goreng, rice, right? With a wok. But what makes nasi goreng in Indonesia unique is the shrimp paste. Okay. You added something to make it special that you don't find it in China. So you don't have to invent everything. You can take it from outside. You add a secret ingredient to make it unique. Kimchi is not Korean because cabbage comes from China. Chili comes from Mexico, okay? And we made it differently. So cultures means creativity. So you need to understand your old culture to be creative, to combine it, integrate in a different way. So definition of creativity, Steve Jobs, is connecting the dots. So there are a lot of dots, but if you connect it in a way that no one else has done, that's creativity. Okay? And this is what Steve Jobs did. He did not invent the phone. He did not invent the MP3. He just made it smart. And what does it mean? Making it smart. Making it easy to use. Okay? People friendly. And he became the richest person in the world. He understands people, what people want, and what people want to do. And we want mobility. We want to take our computer with us. And he created our fingers. What is a finger? It's a mouse in a laptop you use, okay, in an icon. Okay, so he made it easy to use, convenient. That's why he's a genius. So everyone can be a genius. But what is better than a genius is to be happy with yourself. And you have to maintain good relationship with the parents. If you don't, they'll make you miserable. You have to maintain good relationship with your friends. If not, they'll give you a lot of stress. You have the good relationship with your lecturers and professors, because if not, you'll get bad grades and you'll be depressed. Okay? So develop the skills, relational skills of managing yourself. Okay? Don't be a chimpanzee. Okay? We're not animals. Don't behave like animals. Okay? So manage oneself. Okay? Develop relationship and have a goal. What inspires you? What gets you excited? Probably not writing articles at this point. Find out what you want to do. Most university students, I talked to one of them, he doesn't know what he wants to do when he graduates. You'll be depressed because you don't have a hope. Discover what you want to do. Okay? And this is the most important. And it is the software of the mind. You have to have a goal. Find out what inspires you. And always surround yourself with good people. People who support you, who encourages you. Not the negative people, because they will make you depressed. Get rid of the negative people in your life or change them so that they're positive. Then you will be happy. So now you know the secrets of happiness, but it's not easy. Okay, but these are secrets based on 100 years of research and based on data from all over the world, and it's based on science. And so I would like you to continue, and if some of you want to do research, harass your professors. I want to do research. Please let me do research. Okay, do it. Okay, and I'll come and I'll help you, and we collaborate and we publish to show the world Indonesia is different. You have to learn from us. Why are you learning from Americans and Europeans? You have so much to teach, but you have to have the data to share it with the world. So thank you very much
Thank you
for your
very
time.
much. Yes, Prof. Kim. Thank you, Prof. Kim. And also let us nurture our hope and our confidence. And also we must understand ourselves to make our life more happier. Okay, and then thank you for the lecture and for the amazing materials that come from you, Prof. Kim. And thank you for all the participants. And now I will get back to Grace.
Yeah.
Hello, Grace.
Hi. Thank you, Kak Dina.
Okay, thank you, Grace.
Yes. Thank you,
Good.
Kak Dina, for conducting the session. Wow, what an insightful session. Also, I also want to say thank you for Prof. Kim. We appreciate and so glad had learned deeper about indigenous and cultural psychology, especially about the specific topic, stress, mental health, health based on Indonesian and Korean culture. Now we are closer to end our webinar session, but before we left this Zoom meeting room, we want to inform there is an absent link we send you on this meeting chat features. Please take time to fill the form, and we will send you the e-certificate as soon as possible through WhatsApp group. Saat ini kita sampai ke penghujung sesi webinar kita. Sebelum kita meninggalkan ruangan Zoom ini, kami menginformasikan kepada seluruh peserta untuk dapat mengisi link absensi yang telah dikirimkan melalui fitur chat dalam Zoom meeting ini. Silakan mengambil beberapa waktu untuk dapat mengisi form absensi dan kami akan segera mengirimkan e-sertifikat sesegera mungkin melalui grup WhatsApp. Baik, so we are going to end this session. We want to say thank you so much for all audience who participate this webinar. We will say thank you for Professor Kim also, who passionately, genuinely gave us his knowledge and his expertise. Hopefully, all of us can continue the research and still can have relation and collaboration with you. Enjoy your time in Medan, also in Indonesia, and don't forget to eat nasi goreng.
I already ate. It's wonderful.
Wow. Yes.
I think my first impression, the best food is in Sumatra.
Nasi goreng.
Best Indonesian food is in Sumatra.
Wow.
That's my first impression. Better
Thank
than
you.
Japanese.
Yeah, thank you, Prof. Kim.
Yes.
Also, we want to say thank you to our important guest, the Dean from Faculty of Psychology Universitas HKBP Nomensen, Ibu Dr. Neni Ika P. Simarmata MC, the Dean from Faculty of Psychology Universitas Prima Indonesia, Ibu Sri Hartini SPC MC, and the Vice Dean of University of Psychology Universitas Sumatera Utara, Ibu Hasnida PhD Psikolog. Hope this collaboration are maintained, and of course, we are waiting for another collaboration study event. Also to all committee who already prepare and provide this amazing and valuable session. Represent all committee, I am Gracie Tepu. Want to say my apologize if there is a mistake or our lag during the session. Thank you so much. See you next time and have a great day.
Okay.
Bye now. Thank you, Prof. Kim.
Halo, Profesor Kim. I'm Yusin Bandung.
Bandung.
Thank you.
Halo, Bu
Thank you,
Hasnida.
Profesor.
Wow, Mr. Kim. 고마워.
감사합니다. 감사합니다. 네, 반갑습니다.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
감사합니다.
That's so nice.
Students are unique here.
Bye.
Bye now.
Kamida.
Thank you.
Bye now.
Thank you, everyone.
So, what will we do next?
Okay, Prof, we will join with the Zoom meeting at 5 p.m.
Oh, no,
But I think
5
the committee will send you the new
Okay.
link for the
Yes.
meeting.
So, for your reference, it's a study on happiness. So, some of you who are interested in happiness may want to attend the meeting at 5 o'clock, and we can conduct it on Saturday.
Okay, Prof. Kim.
Okay, so I'll sign off, and good
Yes.
luck, and I'll see everyone in the future. Okay, so bye now.
Bye-bye, Prof. Kim.
Bye. Karen Felicia Tarigan, you're very excited. You have a wonderful personality. Bye now. Hope to see you soon.
Grace, thank you, Grace.
Terima kasih, Kak. Ini yang next sesi gimana, Kak?
Sampai ketemu pukul 8 nanti ya, Grace.
Ya, yang sesi kedua ini gimana, Kak?
Oh, sama Kak Suri. Kak Suri gimana sesi keduanya? Grace-nya? Oh ya, Grace nanti masuk lagi jam 5 ya, Grace.
Oke, Kak.
Oke, Grace. Terima kasih, Grace.
Ya, Kak.
Selamat sore adik-adik dari Unpri, OHN, dan USU. Ini kegiatan kita sudah selesai ya, akan dilanjutkan lagi pada pukul 5, tapi kebetulan itu hanya untuk tim riset dari 3 universitas. Jadi bagi adik-adik yang ada di ruangan ini sudah boleh leave room ya, karena ruangannya akan dipakai kembali nih untuk kegiatan yang berikutnya. Terima kasih adik-adik.